Right then, so back here. Back in, I believe it is Elpis. Before I do anything in Elpis, however, I just noticed I've got mail. Best go get it. I think I know what it'll be. There we go. All those taken. Firstly, wind up Porum. Probably not going to be using that one. I believe Porum was the white mage of those two. Secondly, you mount, let's have a look. Oh, nice. New mount music. I'll deal with my retainers later. We actually need to make a bit of progress today, so I'm not going to bother with levelling roulette. I don't think I need to be honest. Not unless I wind up doing it on somewhere else. Firstly, before I do the quests, main storyline. I'm going to grab these side quests. There's Vinar. And she's vital to this storyline. May I ask a favour? A colleague of mine from the Thalassai is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He's currently over at Rumination's Ramble, observing some life forms newly hatched from one of our creations. But I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. A familiar like you, however, could cause much less of a disruption. Would you be so kind? You've clearly never hung out with me, have you, mate? That'll cause fucking chaos. Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you're aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for our various creatures. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of their ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Melanian habitat with my partner, but it seems he had an urgent engagement. Something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14. Though now I'm faced with this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular, specific intervals, and thus I'm requesting your help. So what say you? Would you be willing to accompany me in place of my partner? Certainly. Alright. My thanks. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Right, let's hurry along. We need to make our way to the south. Right, I'll deal with that once I get another couple of quests. I was expecting to have to run with it. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favour to ask you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift for my love. Clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not so sure. I do have a name for it, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Do you mind if would you ask if they think the name is appropriate in my stead? Don't worry, won't expect you to work without recompense. Alright. This is the creation. Yellow Pansy. And the name I have in mind is Mythos. It's quite a good name actually, I like that name. Oh, dies. Probably won't use them, but... You're familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Amarot, and I need you to collect their concepts from them. We've completed assessments for their creations, you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please make sure to ask for any provisional names that they might have their works. Okay. FFXIV Endwalker. That's quite good stuff. You're familiar, aren't you? You any prowess in battle? Yeah. Good. Could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard and so pitted against a Lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fail to fall to a single blow, the Lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, competent familiars like you are far more effective than these overly large brutes, and this is my chance to prove it. Think you can handle our runaway combatants? Fine, I'll help. Of course, you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east, so that's as good a place as any to start looking for the Lotus. Right then. Let's get this all over and done with. Can I help you? Explain. Of course you wish to collect my concept. This creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such. From what I hear, the observers have been calling it Notos 642. Not the island it resided on. Right, I'll trust you to put this in Melia Grossi's hands. It's a big fucker, innit? Right, Lampito. Yes, what is it? Yeah. My, what a pretty flower. You said it was called Mythos. A fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind, so going by what you've told me, this one is in good company. That's a good thing, that's quite a good thing. Familiar, do you need something? Yep. Flower, it's beautiful. Smells so lovely, it's for me. Very nice. Explain. Oh, you want to know if the name is suitable, do you? You tried asking at Kitasis Hyperborea? No knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on the subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. Oh. Who might you be? Me to collect info for you think? Oh, you hear of my concept? Well, here it is in the flesh. I call it the Stone Mole. It's a creature fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow even into the hardest terrain. You can also toughen its skin by injecting the rock it has liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request it be given a good strong name. See what we can do. Gardener's fucking nightmare. I think it caused so much bloody trouble. Well, onions, they're bloody big. I'll get that shortly. That's fucking large. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. Hang on a sec. You'll have to break them apart with the destructive matrix to collect the necessary samples. You may find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have little something to help with that. Alright, thank you. Here, use this contact crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock and then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start from the east if you would. I'll start working elsewhere and we can meet back here. Oh, fuck off. this thing's going down like a bitch. Apologies. I've had a long day. Was at work and basically it's knocked the shit out of me. I'm all sorts of drained. I mean, I live, but yeesh. Boom. Oh, you get the ore. Back over there. Again, that is fucking huge. Say what you will about the Amorotians, they do not sort about when it comes to architecture. How do you fare? Got these! Excellent! This should give me all the information I need. Let's head back, shall we? I'm find out what his deal over there is. It'll probably be a side quest later on. Those fissures from up waterfalls. Maybe they would be able to climb more efficiently if we slim down their bodies to reduce friction. The friction probably helps them keep a fucking grip, mate. Right, 81 arms to the southwest, so it'll be up here somewhere. Primordial Hipposurf. So they kept the name, I guess. And I've got fucking aggroed by a bunch of them. We're dealing with that one later. Might as well just walk back because I've got all those ones to do over there. Not too interested in the Fates right now because basically my Dark Knight and my Dragoon are becoming slightly overleveled. This wasn't the case in Shadowbringers or Heaven's Ward or Stormblood. How'd it go? What did everyone think of the name? Well, I got you this. Also, someone thought it was a fine name. I see. Well, that's good to know. Won't be needing this guide, of course. I will be needing this guidebook, of course. As I can't very well ask myself for my thoughts. Perhaps I should. Won't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or a legend, her work is told and retold down through the ages. Hence, mythos. I decided I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. That is actually a very good sentiment. You bought the concepts I asked for. Here you go. Very good. Do you ask for the provisional names? The Stone Mole and Notos 642. And the mole's creator recorded to have a powerful sounding name. Some researchers do become quite attached to their creations, don't they? May seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concepts is of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it has been determined that a creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concept must receive their official name, and as a taxonomist, it's my task to bestow them. When naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions to avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It's a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I'm proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this world with the most marvellous appellations I can imagine. Please, take this in exchange for completing your errand. Of course. Don't really have any use for any of these, but... take orange. Sell it. And go talk to over here for meaningful measurements. I need to start tying my fucking hair back for this. It's fucking ridiculous. Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of Melanioi has affected their habitat's ether. It is important to keep track of the environments here to make any necessary adjustments. Hang on a sec. Needed to wipe my glasses. The terrain, the flora, everything that makes up the habitat must be meticulously controlled to fit each subject under observation. Though we applaud my past enthusiasm for learning at the foot of a convocation member, we cannot neglect these fundamental, albeit tedious, facets of our work. No, you can't really. Right then. Let's head back over this way. Past why did it have to be Medusae? Oh, I guess you get aggro as a... Yes, you get Argos as a mount. Can't see what the Medusae look like. I'm assuming like... Well, I can already guess, to be honest. We want that. Familiar, can I help you with something? Explain. Oh, time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come everyone, be real, let's be going. Still want to play, do you? Guess we'll have to appeal to your bellies then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become so much compliant after eating some of the treats, and they're so adorable when they nibble. Yep, food. No idea what the fuck that is over. That was over there. Go and have a look in a sec. Yep. There's Tori. Whatever's over there, that ain't a bloody. I think that might be a Tori. It is. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? I suppose it is. And they really seem to like you. Do you work with young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed them off them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, but that's not why you're here, is it? I really must head back. Yeah, you must. Elfish Minotaur. They are particularly fucking large for Minotaurs. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, that thing looks nasty. There it is. It would seem the escaped Loki came back of its own accord. They usually feed off their foes to revitalise themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here. Lotus is yours. Oh, brilliant. That thing looks ominous as fuck. You certainly made quick work of that Lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for us to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creation to haul it away after we return to Apoiton Oikos. Or maybe, just... No, that's to be a bit grim, but it might be the only real method that you can use. Chop it up. Chop it up into smaller pieces and get it fucking moved. To the west. Personally, I can't be bothered feeling fighting much in here because I'm not bothering with hunts for a bit. To the northwest. It's up bloody there, isn't it? So run around because that's where I'm gonna have to go. To the south. There we go. Unos ether current. There we go. Up there. Can't get up there yet. There's the teleporter. I'll deal with that shortly. It's not even worth warping, I'll just run. Here's the combat concept observer. As I suspected, a smaller, more agile concept has far more facility for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. I'll be sure to keep your performance in mind the next time I design a familiar. Your reward, as promised. Thank you. Well, I'm not a fucking familiar. Well, I've got to play along as one here because, well... it would complicate things if I didn't. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they received. Thank you for your help today. Here, as thanks. There we go. You see the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made the arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I can recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I'll help with drawing out answers if needs be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Yeah. Begin asking questions. Can't skip this, unfortunately. Well, fortunately. So I don't forget. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vinar. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms, and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duty as chief overseer. Did that answer your question? Was there anything else? Do you know of Meteon's abilities? It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Hold on a minute. Sorry, I've had a very itchy lug all tonight. It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising a chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, which I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for 11 years, though I cannot say we're close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. Is there all else you need during your stay? Please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Tello. I think we've taken enough of his means time. Oh, great. Our investigation got to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Yasmin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask you is to watch your footing around the stream. You can be back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. Right then. Over to Timaeus then. Yeah, it is up there, definitely. Looks like they'll be off over there at some point. There we go. Yes, I'm Timaeus. Please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Oh yeah. Begin asking questions. Right, keep them concise and keep them focused. So, what does he wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and grateful, are ever a favourite creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prive elegance of form above all else are unfounded by his genius. Meteon 2 is a marvel then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes would choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analysing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Playing more of me. No, do not. Unless you're showing the hopes of receiving a constructive opinion on the application of something on that. See, those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. And you know how they relate to Meteon and his design? Not entirely. Then why bring up the subject? Not even gonna mention that. I don't know the inner workings, but I know a bit about Dynamis. There we go. So checking some on TV tropes. GI. Right then. Damn it, I finished my own investigations not long ago. Any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much of the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and can provide no details besides those which you just told me. It leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. There we go. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, what else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life, apparently. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Have a quick drink. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripateia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to west, of course. Yep. Right, we are going to make some progress tonight, I think. Let's at least get to either the next isle or the next dungeon. Ain't too far, at least. This stone, I mean. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripateia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elphis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I should cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two architects have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there and on. Magically interlinked. So basically, either teleporters or Time Lord tech. So bigger on inside. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviours, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was he wish to speak with me about? Explain, as usual. The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Yep. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared. Only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Sorry. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Go on. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught up Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. A host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanar, thought you'd already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. Oh. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. Oh. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging in your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanar, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azam. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serves as the basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there's not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honoured. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Yep. Then allow me to reconfigure the door or to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Oh, good. It's the door to teleport him, is it? Feed Jim. The other archives said not we hadn't already heard, but this story of Galeen sounds promising. I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Of course. Oh, warped. Oh. And it's up here. And an approachable archivist. Mistress Vanar, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. It's handy having her. It's handy being with her. And it's handy having Deathbringer at my side again. This place is pretty. And that's like Amarot. Just ran right fucking past it, didn't we? Mistress Vanar! I was not taught to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Oh yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let you know your business? Your business is urgent. That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied till she's ready to receive us. Alright then. I believe this is voice acted. My voice is a bit knackered today.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
I can't do a voice right. It does have a bit, even though it does remind me a bit of Aziz's La in a way.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yeah. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal.
Oh, I like you.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Okay.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Alright.
By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
Alright.
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Keeps them explaining. Don't know which ones I'd probably choose to tell, to be honest. The twinning. Alexander. Omega. It's like, we had no idea where Omega came from to this day. And we've got that blooming dragon. I'd definitely tell about the tale of Nidhogg, Xenos and Shinryu, and Haurchefant.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Maybe you were.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
Oh, good. Because God knows we can all do with that sometimes. We all need a bit of that sometimes.
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
Thank you.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them.
Never get answers
Yet
to
rather
that.
than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace.
Maybe.
As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance.
Yeah.
I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. freed from presumption and prejudice. I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful.
Yeah.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
Maybe.
A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true.
Go on.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
You already know the answer, don't you?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Oh. No worries.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
No, we did. No, we did.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Well, there's one, really.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation.
Oh.
As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling.
So a rising star more than
But
anything
then
else.
another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
Sounds to me like she's not really his creation.
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Oh.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
Oh.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
I think he might be lying in this case.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Okay. Well, let's go find out what that is, aren't we? That's our next look. That's our next destination.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls.
It is, yes.
Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Oh, thank you.
Please.
There we go. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've heard thus far, I can think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. It suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to yet suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next steps would be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such terrible fate to our star. Yeah, that is a very good question. For now. Use that for now. Meant to diet, but that'll work. I'd like to visit the site from which Hermes set forth in Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Glean said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Yeah, good move. Oh, great! Side quests. More of them. And a Pegasus. Should be spelled Pegasus. Should be spelled with an S-U-S. In any case, more fucking side quests. I need the ones that get me flight, to be honest. There we go. What a sight! An Amplo sneeze and sent tufts of cloud mallow flying every which way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them all up alone, unless you're willing to lend a hand. Okay, why not? Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for any fluffy white plants around Point and Oikos, and bring any you find back here. Will do. There's a bunch of them right... There's that one right next to me, so that'll take me about a minute. Oh, that must be a chain or something. I knew a sweet looking familiar. Tell me, to whom do you belong? I belong to Wasm. Oh, you're Asm's, are you? He's a goodly sort when you say. Always appearing in times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need. And given that I am one such, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Ctisis Hyperborea regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during said forum, which I would like you to fetch for me. A dear friend in Amorot asked for them, you see, and I plain forgot all about it. Now, if you would be so kind, I will send word to the scrivener in charge and ask them to await your coming in front of Herbitea Crystalline, where the documents are being held. Once you have the notes, return to me here. Yep. The noodles of Elpis. Really? 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 Barely even worth using. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry some. It's my colleague, you see. We heard this horrid screech from a Melanian, and he went rushing off to check what all the fuss was about. I was thinking about following after him, but... Well, just look at me! You, however, appear well versed in combat and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss and ensure my co-worker hasn't come to any harm. Okay. That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. Last I saw of him, he was racing for the southern end of Camelios Sephiros. Do promise to hurry. I'm afraid he has wound up on the wrong side of some nasty fiend's fangs. Oh, brilliant. That's one. There's another one up there, and I've fucking jumped off because I'm a twat. So these ones are going to send me all over the fucking place, unlike the last few, which were generally all in one area. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love this game, but if I could fly, that would make this so much bloody quicker. And at least it's right bloody next to me, pretty much. Yeah. A creature bearing an uncanny resemblance to a cactar appears to be in fine spirits. A name. I need a name for it. Wonder what will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what's in a name, really? Oh, hello, didn't see you there. You're familiar, I take it. Very good, but whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You've enough ears to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import, nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage in regarding to this fellow's name. This is a creature who has not only survived the vicious wilds of the hungering gardeners, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus, it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique critical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation. Eurytos 310. I cannot abide so uninspired a name for a creation as remarkable as this. But therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I have yet to hit upon a captivating name. Just on my way to take a turn about the grounds to simulate the creative duties, so to speak. But seeing you, I realise 2 heads may be better than 1. So what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Sure. Excellent. You, my quick-witted and familiar friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. What say we take a quiet moment to cogitate beneath that large tree to the south of here? Alright then. And I might as well grab hers. Glafia! There we go. You're familiar, aren't you? Perhaps you might be able to help me. I received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Might you step in where I cannot? Alright, see what I can do. Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of had striking red hair and is likely lingering on the south side of Cameliosephoros. Oh, red hair. I ain't gonna get the next one because I've already got 5. That. Hello, you're familiar with us? Yeah. I'm not. That's basically just something else. Pericles. Fucking marble. Deal with your quest later. Yeah. Yeah. You can get a few of these quests taken down quickly. I might as well just finish this one now. That's a quick one. Not too far at least, just a few yarms. Did you find any other plants? I did, yes, here you go. Perfect, touch release have them back. A somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life into the clouds. It's all well and good. They get blown away far too easily. It would be nice if they were a bit more wind resistant. We need to know they can settle in place without fear of them flying off because some beast breathed on them too hard. Well, I better put them back where they belong before a light breeze undoes all your hard work. Here, take this as thanks for your help. Yeah, thank you. I get the feeling he just fucking had it. I'm so tired. Oh, I want to go after her, but what if she comes back while I'm away? What's up? You must be familiar. Can you help me deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice relaxing meal. I sent her another familiar already, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it is too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Would you mind checking on them both for me? I can give you a little something if you're willing to help out. Alright. Wonderful. Knowing my associate, he's probably dozing off somewhere around the tree to the north. This wouldn't happen if he'd get a good night's sleep, good night's rest for once. Mind to give her a poke to wake her up. Oh, wonderful. Right, let's go deal with this lot first, because there's a bunch of them to the south. Deal with Terror on two legs first. Red-haired researcher, so chances are it's to the south. Oh! Oh, you're familiar, aren't you? One sent by Glafira, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze, but with you here, at least I feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. Never seen it behave so erratically before. The narrator managed to slip my grasp and escape. Tried to chase after it, but I'm not half so flea-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament, and will flee if anyone so much as approaches it. I considered imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart, which one might shoot from height, but who would suddenly pick blame? Not hard to be sure. Do you? I'll see what I can do. You do? I admit that the proposal was made somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly, so it's settled. You should put our skittish beast to bed. Alright then. Find yourself a vantage point from a rise southeast of here, and with this blow dart, bring the fended fiend under control again. Me? Oh, I'll stay here and take a moment to collect myself. There we go. Deal with this one first, because I get the feeling that one's going to require me walking places with someone. Yep. In any case, blow dart time. Search for the rampaging creature. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Tag the creation and use the blowgun with R2 or X. Right then. I believe I've got it. I hope that was the right creature. There we go. Thing's dead. That was much too close to my liking. Your timing was truly immaculate. I was quite trapped and would have been gobbled up if not for your timely interference. If it was the agitated cries of the Melanian which brought me here. When I arrived to see what inspired such howling, I discovered this fellow being set upon by that raging creature. Didn't hesitate to insert myself into the fray, of course. I do be fine, but it's a familiar for whom I'm most concerned. Could you make sure it's unharmed? Alright then. Making that noise. Familiar appears free of any injuries, scrapes or bruises, and left behind a dazzling carrot as if to say thank you. Deliver the carrot to the long-haired observer. At least know they're not civilians. Oh, what is that? It's a cat. You see the creature left behind? Striking colour for a carrot, wouldn't you say? Perhaps this was its way of showing its gratitude. What a thoughtful creature. One I've never seen before. Whose familiar could it be, I wonder? I'll perform an investigation upon my return. Now then, shall we head back to Poitonoikos? I'm in a rather sorry state and would like to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Probably a good move. Yep. Right, now let's get up there. Those things make really ominous noises. Right then. Yeah. A priggish taxonomist. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the sursus of the Melanoi's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Surely, with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you have been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you now focus squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done. So even familiars have their fair share of woes. I suggest you take this moment to relax then. Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustle of the leaves play in your ears, and just think. For all of the time, all you can hear is the breeze like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Creators of 5 in extreme weather conditions whose adapt second to none. What could be a name suitable for such a creature? I can factly preel genius on the tip of my tongue yet nothing comes. Oh bother, this won't do, will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me a while longer? Come, let's away to a westerly waterfall. Fuck's sake! How hard can it be to name a bloody creature? Call it Pokey for all I fucking care. How dexterous you must be to hit a moving target with so small an object. Much impressive. Well, allow me to make that doting specimen off your hands. Here you go. This the right one? Why, what a precious sight our little beast makes when it's not running amok. Shame it can't be this adorable all the time. This was, in fact, one amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that I recently gained approval. Somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Credit where credit's due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadrupedal beast. Its predilection for being an excitable nuisance, however, means it cannot be of any real use to our star. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. I'll write a report stating as much. While I do that, return to Glafira and tell her of the assistance you rendered. Oh, and offer my gratitude too, would you? Deal with the rest of them to the west. We'll pass the fate because I've got no intention of doing that one. Move out of the way. And over to the waterfall. Yep. Ah, listen close, can you hear it? A waterfall whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter, inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliance. Yet there's no place more perfect for the cogitation of this creature's name. Come, stand with me and think on it. Euro's 310's beady eyes appear to scan its surroundings. Is it a creature that bears strong relation to a plant? Perhaps plantic. No, it's also greedy, so succulent. So I got it. Ah, I've got it. Succulum. Oh, good gracious, no. Oh, goodness gracious, no. Ugh, that's just foul. I'm afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the pottery you had offered. Perhaps he could provide a fresh perspective. What do you find the most endearing about this creation? Speedy eyes. Oh, that did the trick. Your two observational skills have tapped my imagination, for I've come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Poison Oikos at once and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You will not be too far behind. Yes, you are due a suitable gift for the help you provided, after all. Oh, thank you. We'll deal with other ones. With other quests now. Some of these require a bit of running, don't they? Okay. This zone is basically a massive bloody fetch quest, and it's huge. Apologies, that were nasty. That actually made my eyes roll. Oh dear. Oh dear, fucking dear, that were bad. Oh. Right. And here's the Crisis Hyperborean Scrivener. You're the familiar then, very good. Here are the records of the forum. Careful now, it's a sizable stack of volumes. Try not to drop any on your way back. Oh, brilliant. Feed a gym in a minute, then. Once we get back to the... okay, at least this time it's not running around the entirety of bloody Rads at Harn. I mean, this zone is something entirely different to what I thought it'd be. There we go. These are documents I requested. My word, they must have been terribly heavy. Yeah. The friend I spoke of is involved in the operation of Anamnesis Anida, a facility which houses myriad concepts, cogitations, and ideas. He felt that certain procedures, especially the ones concerning living creations, were lacking in information. Thus he sought detailed records that you might fill in the blanks, so to speak. I believe you're owed a little reward for your help. Think over what to offer you while I pack my belongings for the journey ahead of me. Come see me at the entrance to Poison Oikos. I'm sure I'll have made up my mind by then. Right then. Feed Jim. How very good it is to see you again, my friend. My friend, the one whom you plucked from the jaws of death itself, is seeking treatment for his wounds as we speak. Heard the entire tale? How Ramamit familiar was on the scene? Mistress of an hour was said to be researching someone such familiar. That's the story anyway. Perhaps the one you came across is related to that business? Well, regardless of its origin, it sounded like a rather polite creature, as I was told it left behind a sort of gift. That it can't be outdone by a bunny, charming though it surely is. Here you are, a present. Nothing special, but I hope it proves as scrumptious as the carrot our mysterious familiar bestowed upon you and my colleague. So basically she's given us some lunch. I must say I've greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like the sharing of ideas, so often am I forced to work alone, and though it pains me to admit this, it's not much fun to ponder in the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains now is to go to Peripatea Crystalline and show there's no official record of any similarly named creation at the point to Euros 10 with its official name. And try to hit another metaphorical roadblock. I shall remember always ponder while perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. Much appreciated. Yeah. Well then. Wave my hair a bit. There you are. I've finished my packing, and as it so happens, I've hit upon a most commensurate gift. My favourite fruit, and freshly made too. Try it, I'm sure you'll love it. Farewell, familiar. Give my regards to Wasm. Will do. I'll have to give that a try. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess exactly? Same game that changed the taste of creation, was it? That conjured up a sorry medium indeed. Sounds like the research was able to glean some valuable information towards well that ends well, I suppose. If all goes according to the reports made, and sufficient intellect can be cultivated, then the specimen should prove a valuable contribution to our world. Thank you again for your assistance. There we go. Doing the northern one now. Sorry. Seriously, this place is bloody huge. I'm sure I'll be able to have a proper look around when I'm able to fly in this bloody zone. Well, and got it. The observer is fast asleep, completely unresponsive to the familiar fussing over her. Could poke my wake her up. Yeah. How long was I asleep? FFXIV, just to invite me to eat? Why send a familiar for something so trivial? Well, come to think of it, I could use a meal. Please let them know I'll be along soon. Wait, are you familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. Anyway, thank you for waking me. Suppose we'll be eating at our usual place. Nice cup of tea to start with, sounds lovely. Well, do you not also need to report to Ifrin? Hang on a sec. Yep. Right then, back to FFXIV. So just typing in my FC's Discord. Again, who thought creating that fucker was a good idea? Thank you for your help. My familiar says my associates has accepted my invitation. That is what happened, yes? Yep. Good. That means it can carry out its duties on a basic level at least. I designed it to convey ideas through information laid in ether rather than words, so I'm happy to see the communication was successful. It does seem, however, that this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. Get to work on fixing that. Not now. Enjoying some time with my associates is the priority at the moment. Thank you for your help. Well, they've still got the latest stuff, even though level 90. Nice that the gathering stuff has been given the stats. I guess the gathering stuff hadn't really been given the stats squish. I mean, my crit is still somewhat ridiculous. Right then. Let's go wait here. I think I recognise the person. I don't think it's a Lycoris I used to know years and years and years and years ago back in Final Fantasy XI. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Oh, yeah. Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It's quite a distance away. I ain't got the means to fly yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Argos! Dog! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Taylor over here, over to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place in this great star we have not together travelled, and he still remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos is rather exacting his standards, I'm afraid. I'm in my world as well. What, you've written before? Your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that! Interesting, her mask slipping. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you to convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Alright. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past of Terish. What do you say, travel out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. Right then. She wants to fight. You know what? If we're fighting her, she's fighting me at my best. Dragoon. Oh. Oh, fuck. Right then, we've not had an instance in a while, have we? Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Neither will I.
Let neither side hold back.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit, she's really strong.
My blade sings!
She's got a lot of health.
My blade sings!
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I shall have to try something different.
Now she's trying to fight me with her fists.
No quarter.
This is an interesting fight. They're watching this and be like, wait, how is he holding his own against Vanar?
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
She's gonna have, oh, white mage roll.
Prepare yourself.
It's actually pretty tough. Quite enjoying this.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Oh, she is quite tricky. Nothing.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Oh, brilliant. Oh, jeez.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Fair enough. The ad phase were bloody hectic. Yep.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Oh, I guess he did.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
Oh, I bet. Maybe because we're partially to... Maybe
As
because we're
is
very
yours.
similar.
'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Well, looks like the dog enjoyed it. There we go.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Oh, that explains a lot. It does explain a lot. Well then. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matea made her departure into the night sky. With luck we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Hopefully for us. Well, somehow I guess not. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Oh, good. There we go. There we go. Argus motioned to his back with his muzzle. You can go ahead, Tarpan. Right then, off we go. Over to Notophorian. Isn't this pleasant? Argus certainly seems to think so. It's quite. Well, it is weird riding a bloody dog. Now, what was the name of that tree? Oh no, Notophorian. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Just a fucking bit. Bright bloody pink. There's a rock. Just saw that pop in. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. I'll be right. Well, here we are. Notophorian.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
Yeah. Nothing to do with the equipment, I think. It's because it's private.
The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Not exactly. I've got the echo, but that only lets me view memories.
So
Nothing
you
else.
cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me.
Alright.
There are two ways to see the past.
Go on.
The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Oh.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit.
Fair enough.
But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Alright. Oh.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Oh.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
So
End
108
of
years.
status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
What the hell? They're not from here, I think.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Oh, good.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Take a bit of time.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
Maybe.
I wonder,
what answers we will get.
We shall see.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
It's kind of hard to describe.
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all.
Hopefully.
And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Bit more than that, I reckon.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
There we go.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet there's something off him.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
Yeah.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident.
We shall see.
In light of this,
Yeah.
I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Hopefully.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
We'll find him somewhere.
'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be and help us. We could do worse than to look in Kitatis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Orthocelticos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Talo, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did not question how they find room for them on so few, and also all on so few islands. The answer lies within Kitasis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. Same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within even those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poiton Oikos. Oh! Holy shit, we just got slapped with side quests. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that quest there afterwards. And with the way things are going, I might actually wind up doing a few of these on Dragoon. Because both Dark Knight and Dragoon are about to catch up. I'm hoping none of these are quest chains, to be honest, because they'll take me a while, because they take a while. Oh good, it's not an all that quest chain. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Anida, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way back when she realized she forgot something back in Anagnoresis, so she ran back. That last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how can I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. I would rather not search for myself for what if she comes back while I'm away. So if you're in too much trouble, perhaps you'll be so kind as to look for her. Like yours, she won't be wearing a mask, so she should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philomethe's Notos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit to see if she makes it back? Okay. Right, go back to Anagnoresis now for a little bit. So I can deal with that one. Right then. Here we are, back in Anagnoresis. Seriously, the names of these places are damn near fucking impossible to pronounce. Yep. No. Looks like he belongs. Oh, that's a Kirin Tasod. Yeah, he's been in Eureka. And where is she? It's gonna have. Oh wait, do you need direction somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I am to be lost myself. I'm not here for that, I'm here to help you, sweetheart. What was that? A woman asked you to come find me. That would be my friend, no doubt. Embarrassing. I'd hoped to keep this hopeless direction and slide with myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that. But I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own. If I'm right, and following this road east will lead me to a teleporter. I know. I've been to be a friend in a way. I can escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... I mean, if you're heading that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you! If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter to get extra points in Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? Alright then. It's over here. Run! Hopefully it can run quickly, love. Yeah, that northernmost isle is bloody enormous if it goes from all the way over there. Run. Let's have a look. Ether currents. So I've got one in this area. Got an Occupite in the way here. And I'm bloody annihilating it. There we go. Right, now up the stairs. perks of being a lost flower. There we go. Oh, hang on, over here. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. She'll be alright without you now. After all, it took us shot from here to Poison Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. Kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I should really hurry. She's owed an explanation to the heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I'd like to thank you properly. Right then, let's get back to the Poison Oikos then. Calamelios Zephos first. On the mount. Look at the, yeah, this road ain't too bad. Oh dear. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she'd forgotten an assignment from Metron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying the words of Metron in Academia Anida, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that selfsame master. Honestly though, I've no idea how Metron would ask me to procure a flower of all things. One that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what does it have to do with its geology? Well, nothing. That's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present. Or meant for Logrief. Metron is hopelessly enamoured, as we all know. We do. It's certainly news to me, though now you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. Wonder why I never noticed it before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of the romantic entanglements. Can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are taking the grain, we can get back to the Academia and delivering the flower to Metron before it wilts. Oh, before we don't rush off a reward. You certainly deserve it. Yeah. So they're off to go gossip! Meanwhile, I'm going to grab a bunch more of these side quests. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 8. 8 more here. You there, please. It's most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philomethes Notos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Charybdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered, based on my friend's manic message, it was last seen taking wing to Peripatea crystalline. Well, you're all of us searching far and wide, but could you go and look in the direction of Peripatea crystalline? Your help will not go unrewarded, I can assure you of that. Oh, thank you. Between us, we ought to be able to locate this lost creature. You should know that Charybdises have a penchant for height, so I will scan the skies around here. I leave the upper floors of Peripatea crystalline up to you. If you do happen to find the creature I spoke of, use this specific rope to bind it. Not to worry, the bindings cause no injury or pain. Good luck, and I shall see you short. See you anon. Right then. Excuse me, but have you a moment? I'm in search of a runaway creation and need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. I'd been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved, I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up though, poof, gone, just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Alright. Oh, thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity, though it's likely the creature scampered off further afield. While I scour the area here, might you explore the eastern end of Rumination's Ramble? Oh yes, I should probably tell you about the creature we're looking for. We call it a Brian, a seedkin that bears a pressing resemblance to a moss bloom. It will wither and perish without water, or become an overgrown monstrosity with too much. Keeping it hydrated is a delicate balancing act. If the creature has fallen into a river, it will be, suffice to say, too big to carry on one's own. Should you find it submerged in the body of water, try to remove as much moisture as you can, or to shrink it somewhat. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sodden sop. If it becomes to rave at you or act in any way rampageous, subdue it and capture it with this etheric rope. Oh yeah, it's gonna do that then, guaranteed. Pericles. Still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect. A familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react no matter what. At all, no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? I bet I can get a reaction. Certainly hope so. I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question. He can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. I'm actually going to have a look at that one. I like an M1, so I might as well go do it. And it's getting fucking murdered. Yeah. There we go. And it's over here. And it's a Cyclops. Might as well do it. There you go. There we go. Want to do at least one of those. Warp over to Elpis. There we go. Right then. Next side quest. Eccentric Creator. Brilliant. There we go. And some skier. Yeah. You must be Asm's familiar. I had a favour to ask of the observers here, but seeing as they all seem awfully preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead? I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species. Right up until the point where they rose up and floated away. As I saw them, they were headed towards the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number, but there are still 8 or so missing. Could you help me recapture them? Alright. Thank you. Here, use the specific rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. Alright then. Grab one more, because it turns out there's another 5. Although it's giving me a total of 10. Those are some low levels of ether you have. Even familiar, that must be awfully inconvenient. Want to assist me with an experiment? Well, look at helping increase your reserves. Alright. I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you could get your hands on a bit of slime from an Eidos in the forest, that would be a great help. They use illusory magics to mimic the shape of nearby creatures, so it'd be tricky to find one, but not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an Eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It would then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Oh, but rewarned, if you use the crystal of anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there's no shame in beating a hasty retreat. Right then. Do them in distance order. So north first. Oh, That's a bridge. I'll go over there later when I can actually, when I'm close to getting flight. Pegasus. Suspicious Pegasus. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna end well, isn't it? I fucked that one up, didn't I? Yeah. Not that one. Searching for Eidos. Yeah. There we go, and this thing's going down. Yep. And that's one. There's some up here, some up there. Let's deal with that one afterwards, which shouldn't take me too long because they're all next to each other. The bird bears an uncanny resemblance to a shoebill. Doesn't acknowledge your existence. It's a shoebill, it won't. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Let's get you two acquainted. This here's an abyssus. So named for the way it just seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched in a Milanian's antler and brought it in for closer study. That's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. We'll be taking it to Katasis Hyperborea eventually, but we still want to get some notes in it first. Namely, on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abyssus has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it, seeing as you're familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet to start with? Pet the bird. The Abyssus doesn't seem to notice you touching it, and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing. Like some great tinker lost into meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? The Abyssus doesn't acknowledge your prodding. No, good. I'm all out of ideas unless you want to try giving it a hug. For a brief moment you could have sworn the Abyssus glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only respond to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. I don't have time! I've got shit to do! No? Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Until we've got a reaction out of him, thank you, and please give Pericles my regards when you go collect a reward. They're like, we need you to run some experiment. No, I don't have time. Jackass. Oh, what are these? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. There we go. It's going down quickly. Yep. You know what? You're right in the way. Isn't the bird flying? I don't think he was happy. Right. Another one. These ones then deal with the rest of those side quests. Well, that one over there afterwards. That one's going to be a ball ache to get to. I'll do that with the other ones. Then. Where's the other one? Oh, there we go. Right then. And back to thingy. Poitonoicus. Yep. Just gonna ask you to give me a moment, folks. I need to go and I need to clean my desk for a second. Right. Sorry about that. No. Let's get this back on the road. Let's get all these side quests handed in then, shall we? Did you catch the plants? Yes. Here. Thank goodness for that, though I'd expect no less from Azim's familiar. I handled my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're about Adrian, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off on their own was rather unexpected. To tell you the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I'd best start thinking about that. The Bureau of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thanks for your help, and do pass on my regards to Azem. No worries. At least you get me a bit of dinner. Back so soon with the slime, I hope. Yeah, here you go. If only every familiar were as useful If only every familiar were as useful as you. With this I can make a potion to increase your ether production. All the other ingredients are in order: hippogriff vein, rhinoceros horn, and ophion entrails. The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slimes to generate ether compatible with your existing ether. Clever, yes? Once it's approved for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting! I can hardly wait to see just how explosive the increase to your ether will be. I just remember that I have something very important to do, very far away. Oh, I meant to be of service, but it seems to have kept you from other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Perhaps you can come back for the potion, but in the meantime, take this for your troubles. Explosive. A rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on file at the Bureau of the Architect, and I've never come across anything like you in all my years of research. I'm one of Azem's. You're Azem's familiar? Well, that certainly explains it. His true creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Alright. Fantastic, I can hardly wait to get started. But not here. So I'd like to conduct requires we relocate to the Westerways. Please come and join me when you're ready. Alright then. I'm going to add these two in, then grab another couple of them. I'll grab the rest of them afterwards. Hopefully no quest chains. Nothing in my neck of the woods, I'm sorry to report. Did you have any luck? Here you go. You found it. Just as I suspected, thrashing about in ruminations ramble. Not a thing. So you had to subdue it, I take it. Goodness, it'll put you through the mill. At least you do not seem too badly wounded, nor does it. The Brian has the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain's on the way. It's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we've discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Oh well, back to the drawing board. At any rate, thank you for locating the little rascal, or rather large rascal as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. Here, for your pains. And to Pericles. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the abyssus? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us, as much as we're studying it. I have to wonder who made it, and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vinar. If anyone would know aught of the creation, it's her. Oh, and before I forget, here is the reward for today's work. There you go. And grab the last 3 and get the fuck on with it. If that one's got an image, if that one there has an image, it's a quest chain. I mean, I'll have to do it because you know how it is. Right, I'm gonna hop onto Dragoon then. Do one on this. Greetings. I'm a researcher from the words of Mitron. I've dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of new shark species. My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Anagnoresis and will be released after one final test. The thing is, I'm going to consult with the taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect hands down its official registration. The same will name my last shark if I can. Spud Pradios was such a marvellous name. Turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Could you help me? Okay. Here you are, then. Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Whoever named it should hopefully be able to recognise it. There we are. Myra. Oh, wonderful! Well, this is Beckle. Whatever I might do... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are familiar, yes? Yeah, but I'm Azem's. Azem's familiar, and I do like the name, Tello. But if you belong to Azem, then what has become of Avid from Amarote? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside Elpis come to visit, the actions can be somewhat unpredictable and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind to track down Cleos and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. If you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. And Erina. Right then. This one's actually one that's going to require notes, and my notebook's been moved. Seriously, my mum's been here, so my notepad will be moved, and I kind of need it. Yep. Well, one of many. Well, one of many notepads. I've got bloody loads of them. I think it's a different one. That's a story. That's a story writing one. There we go. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. See this one's big blue eyes? They're especially sensitive to ethereal emissions. As part of my testing, I propose a race between the two of you. I've imbued a Gamelia bloom with a unique trait of ether. Whoever finds it first is the winner. Suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well, so I'll lend you a crystal which will allow you to detect its presence. The flower is nearby when you use it. The crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling this glow will be. Let me know if you require further instruction. Now let the competition begin. Right then. Yeah, so it's around here somewhere. Deal with this one first, because it's yeah. So further this is the wrong way. And then so I might be on the right track, so I think it'll probably be around somewhere to the west. Try further north. Wrong way. So somewhere to the south, I think. Yep. I think it's up somewhere. You're definitely getting closer, I think. Right then. Getting nearer. I think it's up here somewhere. There we go. Not here. Just wandering off the beaten path. Oh, brilliant. So it's around this area somewhere. There we go, found it. That one was relatively simple. Deal with that one now. And then I'll deal with the rest of them. It shouldn't take me all that long, to be honest. It's the question that's going to be most annoying. Since both my Dark Knight and Dragoon are pretty much right next to each other now, once I've gotten both to 88, I may basically start alternating. Yep. That's certainly quick. Did you find the bloom already? Here you go. Incredible. Never seen such a talented familiar. Speaking of which, mine seem to have been distracted. Suppose that's only natural considering its feline traits, but it honestly seems more like a pet than a proper familiar at times. Well then, I believe you deserve a reward for your victory, and for your assistance in my testing. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to your master as well. Perfect! That's one out of the way. There's something I can help you with. Yes! Shark! Here. Who named this species? Sorry, but I haven't a clue. Certainly not me. Deal with an unexpected guest at the end, because that's the longer one. Thank you so much for coming. Now let's get straight to business. All you need to do is reach out and touch some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty blooms like blooming colour, and they emit these bubbles which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defensive mechanism. If it has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I'm fascinated to know how it will affect you. Fear not, I'll be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I will never leave a familiar such a fate, especially not a familiar created by Azam. Now, I've created 3 flowers of varying sizes and potencies. Begin with the smallest and the weakest. Oh, I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under its influence, I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to protect me. Fighting was never my forte. Oh, brilliant. Right, and feed Jim. Yep. And deal with a flower first. the anticipation. Judge flower, doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction, interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? Well then, firstly, there's one here. No sign of the Charybdis. Obviously it's not going to be there, it's higher up. So, next siren flower, which is over here. There we go. There we go. It's dead. Just a flower. You don't feel any difference. Still nothing? Well, let's see how you fare against an exceptionally large one. It's over this way now. It's over here. Next to all these bloody hipposurfs. This is a biggie. There we go. Yep. These things are bloody huge. There we go. There we go. Touch the flower. Nothing happens. Incredible! Even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you'd be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of the ether, it simply doesn't make sense. As I must possess some mastery to lose me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at Poitonoikos. Of course. Before then, I need to get up to the top there and deal with that. To the middle tier. It's going to be on the top tier, isn't it? Yep. There we go. Charybdis, it's nowhere to be seen. There we go. Pass it to the upper tier. There we go. Now that you captured the injured Charybdis, return to Poitonoikos and deliver your winged captive to the frazzled researcher. Oh. So he don't let me do that. I mean, not surprising, but don't let me just jump off the top of the island. Ponder Stibbons. Someone reads the Discworld. Yeah. Right, in that case, I might as well warp back, because that's probably quicker. Yep. Yep. I saw that you're on your way back and hastened to return as well. So what news? Have you found that blue Charybdis? Yes, there you go, it's injured. Oh, what great relief indeed. It's rather impressive and suffered any truly grievous injuries. And more impressive still that it was able to fly as far as Peripatea Crystalline. It had only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such a distance with wings still so inexperienced? No doubt credit for this ought to go to him itself in its helpful instruction. Well, I for one cannot wait to see the Charybdis take the skies from its perch. At any rate, I will see this creature has returned to Anagnoresis at once. Though it didn't much, considering the services you've rendered, I hope it's not too lowly a price for you. No, it's not. Well then, finish these quests on Dragoon, and do the rest of them on Dark Knight. Get the level on Dragoon, then get the next one on Dark Knight. Thank you for lending me your time, it was most enlightening. Not to mention perplexing. You've so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Physical constitution, perhaps? It's something to consider when creating familiars in the future, at least. I promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now, if you excuse me, I have some data analysis and content planning to do. Oh, best of luck. Yeah. Might as well fix up my Dark Knight gear. There you go. Right, then off we go. Down this way. I want to at least get to the next dungeon by the time I'm done tonight. And possibly do it as well. Telemon. Let's have a look. What's that you have there? Shark! Oh, a Spiridae Prados. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Its creator was calling it a Cladosalash, but I decided to go with something more closely tied to a distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of it rushing forwards with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. If the creator wished me to name a newest creation, I would of course be honoured to do so. It's in Anagnoresis, you say. I look forward to seeing it soon. There we go. And that's that one done. Now go to that one over there for an expected guest and try not to scream because doubtless it's a quest chain. Any luck finding my taxonomist? Yes, actually. Here you go. You found him, and he's willing to give the one you know name too. That is wonderful news. This latest creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. Gave it more legs for a total of 8 so it can move even more quickly over land. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to Anagnoresis. But before I go, here, token of my gratitude. There you go. Right then. Right then, to the south I go. Ardbert. Basically, the role-playing is Ardbert. I may swap to a third job to get some more experience on that. Because I'm going to have some fucking grinding to do when all this is over, you know. He's staring down. Oh, for fuck's sake. And these things hit really hard. I mean, yes, I know. Minotaur. What the fuck was I expecting but yeesh? And there's Cleon. Yep. Thank you for taking the initiative. I want to show about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I'm Cleon, recently arrived from Amarut. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. Yep, she did. Well, I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the locals. Oh, good. Wise decision. May as well walk back. Yep. 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 Right, let's get on with this quest chain then. This is going to get me a level on Dragoon, so I'm going to do the rest of them on a different job. Not Dark Knights, because fuck knows I've got enough experience on that already. Thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. And I'm certainly glad he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that some of the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architects may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You'll be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look into them right now if you like. I'd like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. Okay. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together, whenever you're ready, Taylor. Okay. Yep. And which one's swords? Don't have any. Yep. Right, in any case. Full gear upgrade time for this. Well then, back to Cleon. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Taylor. Shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? The Batratroy. A delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah yes, the one over at Rumination's Ramble. My brother, Alchaos, is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. Right then. So, first time in a while, I'm on Paladin. A job I do actually quite I do remember enjoying this one a fair bit. I'm probably going to be using this one to farm up some poetic tomes. At some point. You must be Tello. Myra has told me so much about you. in an impressively short span of time. As you've already deduced, I'm a brother of Alcaeus. And you are Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batra Troy, as you call them? Yes, I am. You think they're ready for release? I would love to see their endearing return forms bouncing around free in the wild. I completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discussing the results, but based upon my personal observations, no, they're not ready. No? Might I ask why? Tello, would you be so kind as give this Batra Troy a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you will help prove my point. Lights are on, but nobody's home. You see, no response to external stimuli. Creature's far too placid. What was the concept behind the Batra Troy? A defender of water sources? In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent on fouling the waterways. I cannot in good conscience certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candour. Now so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. Taylor, as is unfamiliar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think that Batra Troy could do to become a more effective guardian? You could use its tongue to grapple opponents. Brilliant! What an innovative mind you have, Taylor! Yes, that might suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favourable judgment. Truly? Then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you're free to do as you wish. I'll make a note of it in my logs. There we go. Thank you for your creative assistance, Taylor. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. Why, I almost wish I could have you of my own familiar. The same Asm hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? There's one other creation of mine I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. I think it might be a very short train, to be honest. You've turned to stay then. Wonderful. I realise we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Taylor. There is one more concept I need to finalise, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my Eos somewhere nearby, don't you, Alcaeus? Yes, Mary keeps that one under a watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. Oh, brilliant. There we go. Gonna get on Arian now. Yeah, it's very much based on Sleipnir. Yeah. New Mountaineers gone all for this one. Yeah. Most of them get the one from Heavensward, which we've had for a few years now. Now to Alcaeus. Here we go. Oh, odd. This is where it usually spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she never strays far from this spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors made her wary. Let's hope and try to find her. Her being a shaggy four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. Okay. Not that thing then. That's a Milanian. Used to be a Quail Regina. Oh no, I can see the fucking thing over there. About. No, it's not that. What on earth are you? You find a shaggy four-legged beast and the horns really are rather majestic. Must be the Io. Well, there she is, not a thing. Nicely tracked, Taylor. Hello, my lovely. Going to Myra now. He has a habit of creating bloody dumb creations, doesn't he? Oh, good luck at that. Think she's taken a liking to you, Taylor. Oh, good. And I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. The Io is one of my favourites. Round and robust and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? Ah, she's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wire hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It's our recommendation that you redesign the EO as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock? Unsurprisingly, the IO here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honours? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Alright. Poor thing. Yep. Yep. Thank you for sending my creation, Taylor. My ear would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Oh, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? One more. Please, Taylor, I have need of your worldly experience. My Io, my darling hunking Io, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Make sure she can fucking see! Upon closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. The Io's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. But even with the Io's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for true dominance, the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? Oh. Go back on the horns in the air and bring those fangs and claws into play. Yes, the steps are simple but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Alkaios, Myra! Will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Taylor's given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorised by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds like more than fair, thank you. If we spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new and improved IO. Yep. Also, I'm going to figure out what I'm using to the... Oh, Seeing Hordblade, that's it. I like that weapon. Got it from, thingy, from... Bozia, I believe. Cleon has begun for more than a few moments. How authentic could these changes possibly be? It's done! Oh dear. That's a behemoth. Leon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Tales of Advice began the process, and it became difficult to stop. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, then moved on to arcane ability. She can now class Meteor as well as Charybdis. Surely now my EO stands at the pinnacle of predators. Not my time an observer, I've seen many creations, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your EO is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful, then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. Now no, just a familiar to beside. Tello, have you a befitting title? Queen Behemoth. Ah, perfect! So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration, and now the time has come for me to return to Amarot. I decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, pet if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon again you soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, Taylor, shall we head back to the point in Oikos? Yeah, maybe making that thing was not a good idea. Behemoths are bloody horrifying. There's not been a case where one's been a regular mob on this yet. They've all been bosses. Every single one has been a boss. In any case, your boy needs to be right back a minute. Right, I'm back. Let's go finish this quest chain off. That's taken a little while. And then on to back to Dark Knight. What a wonderful help you were with our visit to Taylor. Even for a familiar of Azem, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Alcius, must we always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Thank you again, Taylor. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. Okay. Oh. Hold on, this one's got to be related to the other quest chain. Tell me, Tello, have you seen much of Anagnoresis? Yeah, I'm familiar with the place. Familiar enough, at least. Oh, so you've met Overseer Socles then? He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. Come along, mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. Okay. Right then, so this is related to the last quest chain we did. Alright, hold on. Looking at this. Feed Jim. Yep. So basically it's lost pretty much nothing, so I'm going to have a look at the traits. Shelter and Mastery. Yep. Oh. Archaios, Myra, and Taylor, welcome to all of you. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident. Yes. The Lycaons went into a frenzy and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending right of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus today I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you won't be aware of the practice, would you, Taylor? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you may have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alkaios' specialty. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creations, it is to whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We repaired a site to the southwest, so if you follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. Alright. Yep. Yeah, those things are bloody vicious. And which armor is that? Oh, the Alliance jacket. That does look pretty good, actually. Might have to go get one of those. Won't be all the way down here, won't it? There's some Yggdrasians. Ah, it's the Occupites. This is them, the Occupites which fell to the Lycaones. They were still being evaluated, yes. Poor things. They barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land, will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Taylor? Tell me, how do you express yourself during these times? By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. A physical reminder of life that was? An interesting sentiment, but if we practiced such customs in Elpis, we'd eventually run out of places to put them. Like the idea of a tangible offering, though. Do you like the idea of a tangible offering, though? Like a final gift for a friend? What about something organic, which would be decomposed alongside the remains? Say, a bouquet of flowers? Come with me, Tello. You can help me gather something suitable. Yep. Basically, it's a funeral, this one. There we go. Once I'm done with these quests, I think it's going to be time to get back on with the main story. And this gives me a boost on Dragoon. Here, I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and colour when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful, we'll take them back to the Overseer. Grab the Crinoi, there we go. Need a drink. Right then. This is the way I like doing things. I like finishing a full area when I can. To be honest though, this is not going to take as long as a Realm Reborn took. That was a slog. Holy shit. Real true fucking slog. Mayu's creations were acceptable, I trust. There we go. My apologies. May have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myra. Your effort is much appreciated. Alkaios, if you would be so kind. Like us, we pray a little bit. Vessels within which life once flowed, teachers of purpose, stills and cold. Until the land you now return, view upon which new life shall burn. This little poem. That was a beautiful service. I'd like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers are the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We must return and commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. I suppose it is. Thank you, Alkaios. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And thanks to you, Myra and Talo, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon, Taylor. It's time we headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Taylor, join us back in Point and Oikos. Will do. There we go. Right then. And some of this. Swap back to Dark Knight. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons to Anagnoresis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. Suppose we should expect nothing less from from Azam's creations. And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our work. Be well, Taylor, and thank you. May our purposes or simply paths align again in the future. Hopefully they will. I'm sure they will. Use that. Yep. Now, hop back onto Dark Knight. Up to here. There's no more side quests for now. Right, let's have a look. Travel, ether currents. It's 5. No, not 5. I've got one more in Elpis of E. Oh. Oh, yes. We're nearly there. So we're near the end of this quest line. Right. Deal with that in a sec. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Hectasis Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. Right then. And simply put, the thing's on the way. This north. Up there. So I should have just followed the road really, shouldn't I? Right. Up here. And then I believe it'll be time for a dungeon. Hopefully. Yep. There we go. Yeah. Here we are, the Grandest Research Facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hello. Furthermore, we confirmed that he studied under Dynamis. As well as the creation of Meteon were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tale of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbours no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be we could just help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious FFXIV. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of calamity. With our people's greatest mind, not to mention Heslodus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Vandaniel, not recognise the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and wouldn't have known if Vandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. That I am certain. Seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. Explain, explain, explain. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It's time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed a ridiculous story, but as Emmet Selk I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. He is a bit tsundere, is Emmet. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next tile over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over there before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to meet Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Good. I think I've done all the side quests. Straight into those. There we go. Salvar is very good at hiding things. Right then, off we go. They're close by within the Hungry Gardens. That'll be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Taylor, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Vandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. The occasion thing there are not exactly... Well then again, perhaps Taylor can handle them. He did survive a bout with Anar after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do prepare to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Oh, brilliant! Yeah, some of these creatures are a bit big. Oh, I'll see that one again later. What in the hell is that? Yep. These things are bloody ugly. Oh, brilliant. You got a big bloody group of them to kill. Great. That went brilliantly well, didn't it? Someone else just fucking legged it. Get back on board on a mount. See, where the fuck is he bloody hiding? So why do you observe things here in this hole? Taylor, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping both Clodius and Demet company. You're explaining? Important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. I will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. It's no place for idle exploration. Yeah, I kinda noticed! Nope. Why would you keep such horrible creatures in your garden, you bloody lunatic? At least they're all relatively nearby. I'm going to have to use those gemstones pretty soon, aren't I? Yeah, definitely. Spoke with Hermes then, and we were briefly entangled with the denizens and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungarian Gardens, as will I see, or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the MSL who would recreate Amrot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we should wait here until he emerges. Here he comes.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yeah.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Will do. Probably won't believe much of this, but I'm not. Obviously, I'm not from here. I'm not familiar. Hugh explaining.
The final days.
Yep.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana.
Yeah.
As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis.
Yeah.
Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
Yeah.
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings.
Oh,
Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
very true. Don't know what this
A
music
source
is
to
though.
which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
Yeah.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
No, not yet at least.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Quite simply put, well under attack.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh, fuck.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
What is going on?
Meteor. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness.
Oh dear.
Connection established. Commencing status report. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
What the hell's going
So
on?
scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hurt. Hate. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
We found the source of it, I think.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
What's going on?
Are you all right?
I think we found the source.
In your mind?
Yeah.
No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Yeah, I need to find out what the fuck's
Hindered
going on.
though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
What the fuck was that? Whenever that plays, that's a bad sign. Carry in mind your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. You failed to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Come in mind your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. You failed to hear her voice, she must be elsewhere. That is one handy fucking ability she's got. She'll have gone somewhere where it's extremely dangerous to chase her. Guaranteed. Not up here. Oh. That makes sense. Somewhere where none of us would go, really. You calm your mind. Your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. Seeps into my mind. Our voices. Reporting. No. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Those noises ain't helping either. You train to catch even the faintest whisper but faintly hear Meteon's voice. It must be elsewhere. Swap back to Dragoon for the rest of this, I think. Found her! Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. No, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Whatever she's reporting ain't good. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Something ain't right there. Gonna mount leggings. 20. Yeah, she's not here. Yeah, that'd be a good place to hide. Behind some rocks. Or a massive tree. How did it come to this? This is the reason we travel to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is it it? Is it the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be! Yep. And she's running towards Lathe. Compiling a report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Etheirus. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles in intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. I tell you, you mustn't listen! It's wrong. It's all wrong. Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? She's going toward the lake. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. If they mentioned that, I have a hypothesis. Fucking Omega. At this point, they were malevolent. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we would best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Yeah. He's terrified because he knows what's happening. Oh my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? What do you seek to keep from us? How terrible could it possibly be? I want to find this out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings. Does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt up to concealment with a surfeit of ether, much how Emmet Selk solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. It is why we must all work together. Taylor will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she's made herself easy to capture by fleeing towards Lath. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Taylor and Emmet Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmet Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Right then. It's going to be over there. Has to be near the lake. Why can't I fly? Are my stroke functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just hide. Then, when no one can find me. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. You should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks to the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. I like how dramatic he is. What in the hell is that? It's an A rank. Leaving you well be. Found her. I'm not here. Please. There. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Sky can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. What are you saying? Everything's so faint. Sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Yeah, well, personally, I don't fancy aggroing that thing. It's enormous. Brilliant. Brilliant, you can't use mounts when they're around, which is a shame. But does mean now we can literally just go across the fucking bridge. Follow, wander, stumble, listen. Deal with that. I go look at that fate later. For now, I need to finish this off. Jeez. Yeah, we're not going over the edge of the waterfall. We're going around this way. Is this teleporter in use or not? It seems to be left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. Yeah, good move. There! I see her! Here we go. Right.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Good move.
Please, Meteion. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all.
If I can.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
This.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
Yeah.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
Omega. I think.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star.
Again, Omega.
Surface of which is encased in ice.
Oh.
Presence of life could not be verified.
That's something else.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found. Omega their lingering essence.
So I'm getting a hypothesis here. I think the
Tessera.
Omega thing might be right.
Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Potentially.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind
I
me,
was
Hermes,
right.
what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
We found our fucking source of this whole mess.
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteor. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What the hell?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Brilliant. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage you the pain you feel when a creation returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has to be headed towards Katisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So do pursue him. Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vanar, Taylor. It's clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand that tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Katisis Hyperborea we go. Oh, brilliant! There's some Harpeias. So in any case, this is the final duty we're doing. This is the final thing we're doing today. This single duty. Katisis Hyperborea. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened in Katisis? Mistress Vanar, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Katisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. What does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kitazi's scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. Well, I'm actually not going to do the duty. My head's hurting too much. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he sees fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. I know it's hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent to yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a them, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet can impress us with your arcane majesty. You'll have potent spells as easily as breathing, but you can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Eh? Well, yes, the situation call for it. Excellent. That covers us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Taylor, so it's only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we'll win through to Hermes and Meteion. Then we'll face the future together. Yep. Oh dear. Right then, I'm actually going to stop for the night. My head's hurting, and honest to God, I don't think a duty would do me any good right now. So in any case, firstly, feed Jim. Secondly, Depoit and Oikos. Everything's on a bit to tits now, ain't it? Oh, that'll be nice. Raid. Gonna be raiding Sakura Tsubasa. Obviously didn't mind this. You guys all take care of yourselves now. As always, I've been Mr. Snakebite, your host. You take care of yourselves, okay? Have a lovely evening. Good night.